This might be a quick one. Good defense there, but I don't know if it's going to be good enough. I feel like Almina needs to control the other elbow. Sorry, Almina needs to control the other elbow, but she might have it here. Yep. Quick, real quick. Making my job easy here, ladies. Didn't even break a sweat, didn't even mess up her hair yet.
Your winner from Indian Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Almina Imsevek.
Quick work, proud. I like it.
Basically the time that she write it out.
Please welcome Aries Islas.
Back down in age. Feels like these little guys put on some of the more exciting matches. Really tough to score if you're keeping score. Thank goodness we are not.
Please welcome Tyler Joseph Sherwood. Fighting out of the blue corner, representing Twin Wolves, Aries Islas.
Looking serious.
And fighting out of the red corner, representing Virtue Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Tyler Joseph Sherwood.
Looking seriouser. Head said yes, I said, oh dear God, what have I done? Man, that's pretty nice that Tyler just happened to fall right into a guillotine from that takedown attempt. Don't think it'll stick, yeah.
Aries now had the underhook for the time being. Now he's going to try and break open the legs and pass the guard here.
Thanks for joining me, Nick.
Yeah, it's good to be here.
What's your last name?
Burgell.
Call.
Burgell. Be here. These youngsters throwing down.
Almost a reversal. I can't tell if he's not
Long.
anymore.
Turn around the side. Boom. Just throws the leg.
And close that distance to the hip. Saw some of that missing in an earlier match that I was talking about.
Now we got. He's now looking for a. Possibly.
Yeah, I feel like Tyler might be holding on to the underhook. All right, good. I'm glad he let go. I felt like that was putting himself in a little bit of danger.
Certainly.
And he popped that. Avoid. These kids are pretty savvy. I like seeing it. Nice. From Tyler. But again, I feel like a broken record. Sorry. Block the hip, man.
Crushing now from side control. Tyler trying not to get reversed. Aries coming out all the way. back. But reversed and re-scrambled here.
Can you imagine trying to keep score?
An armbar attempt. There.
Oh, there it is. Nice. Oh. So savvy with just. I love it. I assume. Tyler is. Crash card. Usually signifies under 2 years, I would assume. So pretty good body awareness for that little bit of training. Feels like Tyler might be searching for the next thing, how to break that guard open. And maybe Aries just gave it to him. If I were Tyler's coach, I would be telling him once he passed to solidify and just hold the position. Don't attack too quickly. Seems like they're going straight to attacks and it's leaving huge windows open for the other person to capitalize on.
Yeah, the submission will show itself or something like this. Because these big explosive movements from the bottom two are keeping it hard for either general to stay on top. But Tyler's doing a good job at the end here this match.
That awareness though, yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, just looking for that far side arm. Let's see if he can get a submission attempt.
And Aries felt it, just turned away from it right away. Oh, that arm caught there. If Aries were to push Tyler's face, he might be able to catch. Nope. As soon as I say it, it's gone. Like a candle in the wind. Good match, boys. I'm seeing a quick submission like the last one. To see a happy. He wanted to win. He wanted the submission.
Your winner from Twin Wolves, Aries Islam.
Ben didn't even have to go to ask anybody's opinion. He knew who he wanted. Congrats.
Let's do this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are on the 272nd installment of Fight to Win out of Austin, Texas. Next up, we have Zoe Freeman taking on Sofia Carrillo.
Please welcome Sofia Mia Carrillo. Fighting out of the blue corner, representing Celestial Grappling Academy, Zoe Freeman. And fighting out of the red corner, representing Legend, Sofia Mia Carrillo.
Kind of surprised we haven't seen more double guard pulls, or any really, for that matter. It's always one down and one up. Again, still minors, so I'm not even sure if they're allowed. Nick, do you know, can they do an ankle lock?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. Probably not reaping or anything else, would be my guess. Or slams, being minors, I think.
Teen, blue belts, chokes, arm bars, and ankle locks
Okay.
are good to go.
They're blue? Okay, gotcha, cool.
Teen to kids, yellow would be chokes and arm bars. So I think this would be the first category.
Nice.
I'm not sure.
Little Baron Bowley. And now, Sofia trying her own Berimbolo, but Zoe's clamping down on that Kimura trap, maybe to a Choi bar.
She's going to have a good position here for sure. Looks
Man,
like
that
she's going to
looks
get
brutal. Yep, tap
beautiful.
there was really nice. Nicely cut angle.
Really-
Man, I hate seeing the tears.
Your winner,
Another quick
from
matchup.
Celestial Grappling Academy, Zoe Freeman.
Zoe Freeman, Celestial Grappling. Will
Please welcome Calvin Germinaro.
next to the stage, Calvin Germinaro taking on James Ryan Gonzalez. We got our first big boy match. At least some weight on the stage.
I just heard from Calvin's coach that he is a blue belt, but a green new belt, and but lots of wrestling background.
A green blue belt? Is that like a yellow white? No, I'm just kidding.
I knew
Yeah.
you were gonna say something about
I got to go train at East Austin,
Ryan Gonzalez.
East Side Austin, I believe it's
Yeah,
called.
yeah.
Really cool mats, really good people.
That was Vince, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah, he said this would be the first test for Calvin. Yeah, East Austin Jiu-Jitsu Parlor. That's what it is. Yep.
East Austin Jiu-Jitsu Parlor. Really clean, cool spot. Nice gym. Beautiful mat space. Saunas. The 9.
Fighting out of the blue corner, representing East Austin Jiu-Jitsu Parlor, Calvin Germanrow.
Germanaro, I believe.
They're fighting out of the red corner, representing Heart and Dagger Martial Arts, James Ryan Gonzalez.
Heart and Dagger, I don't know them. Yeah. All right, we'll see what this wrestling's all about out of Vince's student. I'm kind of surprised he didn't blast out. He's staying tight though. St. James can. Nope.
He was trying to work that body lock pass.
Yep.
Good job finding some space from the bottom from Gonzalez. Now he finds himself with a deep underhook giving up though. Trying to scrape for any little last piece. But as I say that, he's got some sort of grip on the far side for a inversion here, but gets past instead. Swam back though, scrambled to his feet.
Ooh, a hard tie there.
A little hard double tie,
Yep.
looking for the guillotine, but Gonzalez avoided it, but he ended up on the bottom working from this butter half or something like this.
Yep.
He seems to be comfortable and he's okay being here.
He threw that butterfly hook in there real quick.
Ooh, firing up a guillotine from that place.
Yeah, but Calvin's on top of it. His wrestling background, he's aware of all that movement.
Sure.
I think they call it, the wrestlers call it a
Cow catcher?
maybe. But not a Calvin catcher. That was stupid. I'm sorry, I take it back.
Cow catcher. I think that's what it was called. Framing from the bottom is Gonzalez, and he's still looking for this some sort of shoulder crunch. Can't
Yeah.
seem to find anything with it though. He is from the full guard now, trying to get off to the side.
Which is smart. I like it. But yeah, I think Calvin's just taking up all the space so James can't get that underhook for the shoulder crunch.
But they're both working equally. From the bottom, I feel like Gonzalez is making him work, keep on his toes, as to where he can't rest.
It was a mini slam, but it was the first slam of the night. It makes me happy.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and not count that one because it wasn't above the waist.
Okay, all right.
I don't think it would succumb to a point in the.
Gotcha.
But
That one might
that one, add those two together, two halves.
be. Does that make a hole?
I mean, in our book, that's the first one.
Okay.
Yeah, trying to just make a little space from the top, but Gonzalez is doing a good job of just controlling, having a good grips on his guard here. Now working for leg lock, outside heel hook attempt, spinning through. Attacking it. Good job though. Calvin hops free. Right back into the square, but I think Gonzalez could be up in submission attempts after that.
It definitely seemed legit.
Could have been a deep, it could have been a shallow, could have been, I think it was.
Well,
Sort of attack.
He pulled on it. You know, I mean, if nothing else happens, it's got to go into the
single
tally.
point.
They don't have a whole lot of time left, and they're both kind of stalemating here. He
Firing
said
up a triangle,
too
but-
early. Yep. James checking out the clock. Digging his Texas rash guard.
Oh yeah.
See, he always finds himself at that butter half. His knee isn't as wide as I might keep mine, but he's using it as kind of to keep the pressure off too from Calvin.
Ooh. Now
Into a
attaching
knee bar.
knee bop, but spinning free is Calvin. Now he's going to switch it to this inside heel hook, or just belly down.
Was.
good chain of attacks.
Yep. Especially for blue belts, this is good stuff. I mean, we're in the capital, essentially, of no-gi jiu-jitsu right now.
Your winner, by leg lock, James Ryan Gonzalez.
Nicely done. I'm going to cut out. I'll come back in a few minutes. I'm going to go coach a student.
Another finish don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back after these words.
Please welcome Josiah Elijah Hepworth.
Taking the stage, Mr. Josiah Elijah Hepworth. His opponent this evening will be Keshawn McCoy. Josiah representing Fighteria Academy, Keshawn representing Black Widow MMA.
Please welcome Keyshawn Coleman. Keyshawn McCoy.
It is a big boy match. Let's go. First one of the evening. Keshawn McCoy taking on Josiah Hepworth.
Fighting out of the blue corner, representing Fighteria Academy, Josiah Elijah Hepworth. And fighting out of the red corner, representing Black Widow MMA, Keyshawn McCoy.
Let's go, team! No time.
And they're off.
Not reaching.
Posts, heavy posts to the shoulder and the neck
We can
from
show them
Josiah.
the wrist too. Show him that wrist, Keith. Show him that wrist. He'll take it. Good.
Little bull rush from McCoy.
Drag off that wrist grip.
Hepworth, though, keeping those posts strong. Doesn't want McCoy on the inside, it looks like.
Let's use that wrist grip. Yep. I like the
2-on-1
2-on-1.
grip from McCoy. Still got it head to head. Big dive for the underhook.
It's high here. It's high here. It's high.
Body lock here achieved. Hepworth,
Good on
big
the front, beautiful, on top.
judo toss
4 minutes to
from
work,
McCoy.
Keith. Let's get your right knee off the floor.
got the
Right
short
knee
side
off the
underhook.
floor. Are you ready? Be wary of the lockdown.
Going for
for a pure reversal from the
Right
bottom.
here.
Hepworth, but underhook is going to make it very difficult as McCoy now looking to switch his grips around the head.
Let's use our left foot to free that lockdown. Keep that head and arm control. Now we can look to get our shoelaces in and pry our right leg out. Drive that right knee to the floor. Beautiful.
Now
Take your time
McCoy
here.
taking the mount.
Just under 3 minutes to work, Keith.
Taking his time. He's got a good grip on the far lat.
Take your time with it, Keith. Start walking your knees higher. Keep a pace here. Okay. Step over the head. Nope. Step
He went to step over the head to get aggressive, but to no avail.
Snap him back down. Let's get his hand on the mat.
Good job keeping the composure and defense on point. It's Josiah now head to head. I'm not sure if there's any pliable submissions. I think it's still anyone's game.
2-on-1. Taking and reaching.
Little trip attempt from McCoy, but just the big takedown.
Ready to Uchimata again. Yep, beautiful. Hit it again, hit it again. Right to it. Connect your hands. Connect your hands.
Now
Stay on top.
big movements here. Avoided. Josiah in the rolling off.
Hey, back on the drag. Let's feel that 2-on-1.
Looks like Josiah's pushing the pace a little bit. He's got the underhook. Ooh, big lat drop attempt, missed. McCoy now ends up on his back.
To the single.
He's shooting up on a single,
Knees underneath you.
spinning all the way around.
Yep.
Hepworth
Hands to it.
now attaching to a Kimura, but he's a little bit over the top. McCoy's gonna end up in a good position here.
Let's get your left and step in.
Now McCoy going for this figure four. His leg is gonna try and separate and go for the straight knee bar, it looks like. He's peeling the leg.
Big heel. You can toe hold the secondary leg too.
15 seconds to go, and he's straightened the leg. He's gonna get this knee bar, I think. 10 seconds to go, he's deep. 6, gets the tap, beautiful work. McCoy taking home the last second submission victory. Representing Black Widow MMA, getting the job done.
Yeah, literally like that.
Your winner by leg lock, Keyshawn McCoy.
And Keyshawn McCoy gets the job done. Again, we're out here, Austin, Texas, for Fight to Win.
Thank you. Mika Galvão, the young man from Manaus, one of the greatest pound-for-pound grapplers in the sport today.
Mika may be the most exciting guy in the world.
Anytime this young man competes in grappling, must-see TV. Mika wants to be known as the Elvis Presley of Jiu-Jitsu, a guy that transcends generations.
You've got to be so careful with Mika Galvão. He is a submission sniper. Mika Galvão going around to the back. Bob hooks it. Iron Naked choke behind it.
Mika Galvão is going for the finish. This kid is something special.
Very hard to prepare for a young man like this, but you just don't know what he's going to do. He kind of does everything.
This is Mika announcing this is the level I am at, and you guys are all chasing me.
Who can stop this man?
And he's done it! He's the super duper uber grand slam champion.
2024, 100 years later, they're gonna be like, that was a year.
Beautiful Costa Mesa, California. We're back at the hangar at the OC Fairgrounds for WNO 26, Pato versus Krikorian. This is the 5th year anniversary of Who's Number One, and it all started at the hangar here in Costa Mesa. We have a sold out crowd here in California for WNO 26, and we're expecting an exciting night of action as always. Hello everyone, Ricardo Amendolia here with Mr. Sean Williams, and WNO 26 is about to get started. Before we get to the main card, we're going to start things off with the prelims. We got a stacked prelim card, Sean
Yeah,
Williams.
the whole card is stacked. The prelims are stacked. The thing I love about the prelims is it gives these guys and gals an opportunity to really go for it and make their name.
And first time ever, kids match here at Who's Number One. The first match of the evening, Icaro Moreno will take on Christopher Sarkisian. Then we're going to have Solange Van Doorn versus Rana Wilnick. Katie Carr versus Sarah Galvão, the daughter of Andre Galvão. Ian Butler versus Victor Silveria. And Isaac Cordova versus Zach Kaina. We have an exciting night of action lined up. We have the prelims about to start. We got the main card later on. But guys, I just got some top secret info. If you're watching the free broadcast at home, you got to tune in and get a subscription to FlowGrappling.com. Later on tonight, we have a very, very special announcement regarding WNO 27. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell all your training partners. You got to find out what's going to happen at WNO 27, and we're going to tell you what happens later tonight. Now, before we get things started, we're going to kick things over to our very own Reed Connell for the rules of WNO.
Welcome to Who's Number One, the premier proving ground for the world's best grapplers. And now right here on this very stage, 2 grapplers will enter and only one will leave victorious.
All matches are 15 minutes in length, except where otherwise noted, with no points, no advantages, and no interruptions. Just elite, competitive grappling. There are 2 ways to win. The first is, of course, the most preferred, by submission. And here at Who's Number One, all submissions are legal. Heel hooks, arm bars, twisters, and beyond, the world's best have all the tools at their disposal. And if at any point either competitor taps, the match is over. But if there isn't a submission, we will rely on 3 neutral side judges to determine a winner. Their decision will be based on our Who's Number One judging criteria, which is unique to this map. Now, above all, we are looking for aggression. That means never taking a backward step and moving forward at all costs. We're looking for dangerous submission attacks. That means attempts that will result in a near submission, okay? Leave your 50-50 ankle locks at home. We don't need them. If it doesn't result in a reaction or a hyperextension, they simply won't count. And finally, positional control. That means guard passes, mount, back takes, anything that leads to positional dominance. The match will be judged in its entirety, and the person with the better display of effective grappling skill will get their hand raised. The referee is also neutral and does not take part in the judge's decisions. His role is purely to control the action on the mats and reset the action should it go out of bounds. This is elite grappling competition at its purest form. A showcase for the world's best grapplers on the world's biggest stage. Just the best fighting the best. It's the only way to truly find out who's number one.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to you and welcome one and all to the hangar at the OC Fair here in Costa Mesa, California. And we welcome you to the 5-year anniversary show where it all started right in this building with the best in the world still trying to answer that question that is on the mind of all grappling fans around the world. Who's number one? Welcome to Who's Number One 26. We begin tonight's event with our first match of the evening in the youth division at a catch weight of 105 pounds with a 6-minute time limit. Introducing to you first out of the blue corner, representing KD MMA by way of Glendale, California. Here is Christopher Sarkisian.
Christopher Sarkisian makes his Who's Number One debut and part of the first ever kids match here at WNO.
Yeah, how exciting for these little guys. It's really going to be cool for them to be here on such a big stage and get to test themselves.
By way of Glendale, California, here is Christopher Sarkisian.
Christopher Sarkisian makes his Who's Number One debut and part of the first ever kids match here at WNO.
Yeah, how exciting for these little guys. It's really going to be cool for them to be here on such a big stage and get to test themselves.
The art of Jiu-Jitsu by way of Costa Mesa, California, Icaro Moreno.
Costa Mesa's own and ALJ representative Icaro Moreno makes his long-awaited WNO debut. This kid's been asking me to be on this show for like 5 years, Sean. All right, let's take a look at this kid's tale of the tape. Icaro Moreno, 12 years old, 5'1", weighed in at 103.6 pounds. Christopher Sarkisian, 13 years old, 5 foot, weighed in at 105 pounds. We're gonna kick things over to our referee, Gabriel Martins, who's gonna be displayed. Both of these young guys just displayed an awesome level of jiu-jitsu.
100%. And yeah, it's just both of them look great. It was very fun to watch both of these guys.
12 years old. Imagine this kid in 10 years.
Yeah, yeah.
Just an awesome display here. All right, we're gonna kick things back to Jeff Houston for our next match.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are set for the next match of the evening in the women's heavyweight division with a 9-minute time limit. Introducing first out of the blue corner, representing Victory MMA by way of San Diego, California, here is Rana Willing.
Rana Willing makes her WNO debut. Of course, the daughter of Jocko, one of the most famous influencers, seated to our left here, who's in the house here at WNO 26. Rana doing a little cross training out Team Legion as well.
And her opponent, representing Marcelo Garcia Academy by way of New York City, New York, here is Solange Van Dorn.
Solange Van Dorn, supermodel by day, grappler by night, makes her WNO debut. Student of the legendary Marcelo Garcia. This should be an interesting match. Let's take a look at this women's heavyweight tale of the tape. Solange Van Dorn, 26 years old, 5'11", weighed in at 160.8 pounds. Rana Willing, 23 years old, 5'4", weighed in at 161.2 pounds. So the night goes. Guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a quick break.
Yeah, buddy.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next match of the evening takes place in the women's lightweight division with a 9-minute time limit. Introducing to you first out of the blue corner, representing Atos Jiu-Jitsu by way of San Diego, California, here is Sarah Galvão.
Sarah Galvão, daughter of the legendary Andre Galvão, makes her WNO debut and her Pro Nogi debut, Sean Williams.
Yeah, a lot of buzz around her. It's really exciting to see how she performs here on the big stage.
And introducing her opponent out of the red corner, representing Alianse by way of San Diego, California, here is Katie Carr.
Katie Carr said she was more intimidated at the press conference than she is by this match. So she's eager to test her skills. Yeah. Representing Alliance San Diego, she wants to bring it to Sarah Galvão today. All right, let's take a look at the tail of the tape. This bantamweight matchup here. Katie Carr, 33 years old, 5'6", weighed in at 126.8 pounds. Sarah Galvão, only 18 years old, 5'3", weighed in at 134 pounds. Referee Gabriel Martins begins the action, and here we go.
Part of this is like a battle of San Diego.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, Sarah Galvão. Nice little single leg pickup there, right to the back. Sarah Galvão trying to bring the match immediately. Nice little...
Taking the inside to the outside. Yeah, taking that inside off the body lock, inside to outside is such a powerful combination. Well done. Now she's got that near side underhook. Let's see if she stays with that, drives her head up to that far shoulder, and let's see if she uses the right arm or elects to let go and get a head and arm.
Sarah Galvan mentioned, she's still trying to figure out what her no-gi game is, but from the looks of it, she's got it mastered. She's got a great takedown. It's a little system there that she implemented immediately, transitioning from technique to technique in the stand-up battle and taking Katie down immediately. Now in a really dominant position here.
Yeah, she's got a head arm half guard pass. Could lead to better. That was actually a very good decision for her to go to the cross side because she's getting turned. Still has potential Katagatami, but otherwise she could walk around here all the way to the Kimura on this far arm. If she switches the arm positions, she's going to elect to mount. She's going to slide the knee through, walk the far arm up. Now there's a gift wrap here coming, so we got this gift wrap side position. Full mount. Here comes a triangle. Back triangle arm lock is coming.
You see Andre Galvão in the corner of his daughter, Sarah Galvão. Sarah trying to attack that topside triangle. But Katie kind of locked the leg there. So
it's okay as long as she pulls the elbow up, keeps her leg in good position. There, Katie turns almost out of it. That's the way out. I mean, that's if she can get to her fours, that will significantly reduce the triangle. But now Galvão is going to switch to the arm.
Sarah Galvão now.
Front triangle now. So going from back triangle to front triangle, still has that threat of the arm or Kimura. Now to the back triangle, but she's a little too square. Side on is where she's going to finish that triangle. Now she's got to switch to the Kimura. She might be out here. Kimura grip is going to keep her sticky, but she's losing the position little by little here. Oh, now it's back on.
She lost the Kimura grip, but almost kind of twisted that arm out. Now Sarah attacking the leg. Look at that reverse triangle and knee bar attempt there by Sarah Galvão. Probably the first time we've seen that here.
Well, look at this. This is the only way you can finish this triangle, actually, is to dominate the leg when you're square. Like, Katie's not in a bad position here. I mean, it's not a good position, but from
it looks a lot scarier than it is, I think, right?
Sarah has to hug this leg if she's going to finish the triangle because she's too square. She's not quite sideways. So to hug that gets rid of that slack. If she can get more sideways, pull the arm up to the ear of Katie, she can still finish this triangle. She's going on the leg now.
Blue.
And Katie Carr gets the escape now, attacking the leg of Sarah Galvão.
Yeah, she's got to push the legs down, going for a counter footlock. I'd like for Sarah to keep that weight on that left leg. There, Katie scoops the leg, so she's going to try to keep the weight off the leg. Yeah, Sarah's doing a great job keeping her left knee free. Could take the back if she dives to her hip.
Yeah, I heard Andre and Galvão in the corner saying, roll to the back, roll to the back. But it looks like that door was just not open anymore. Decided to get to her knees. Now it looks like she could be attacking. Head and arm there, flattens Katie out.
Yeah, so she gets out of all of the harm's way there. She's going to step over and take the back. Yeah, Katie's got to be careful of hugging that leg. She's got her back taken. Essentially pulled Galvão onto her back when she stepped over.
Sarah Galvão, obviously daughter of Andre Galvão, representing Atos Jiu-Jitsu. Katie Carr, Alliance San Diego. Team Johnny Faria. Teammate of Daniel Sattler, who will be competing later on today. The opening match of the main card. Looks like Sarah's going for a Katagatami. Now trying to get that arm in.
The side Katagatami here, the Rotolo team, right? It's just the side Katagatami, and she's got a nice little angle on it to finish. This is when the shoulders line up with the chest. Now Katie did basically the only thing she could do is to flatten out, which gives you full Katagatami, but Galvão's shoulder's a little high, so it looks like she's going to go on the arm here.
Yeah, I feel like she's stepping over that arm to maybe set up even the triangle.
Go an arm or triangle because she's a little high for Katagatami. Her shoulder is up on the forehead. She still has gift wrap, Katagatami. She's still a lot of things that she could do here. Just go back down to the mount. She could easily do that. She's going for a triangle arm lock.
Steps over right for the triangle. There it is.
Yeah, fully locked mounted triangle.
Mounted triangle, attacking the arm now, listening to her father. Katie just, doing a great job of resisting and just, she's been through a lot of these situations before. Katie, as I said, just not intimidated by the Galvão name. and really wants to show what she can do here at WNO. But Sarah has it locked now, creating an angle with that triangle.
Yeah, she could go get the far arm. Now she's going to go American lock, which is what you want to do here if it's that shallow. There it is.
And there it is. Sarah Galvão wins by submission here at WNO 26. Triangle Americana.
Yeah, that's an Achilles triangle, and when you have that Achilles triangle, you either have the option to go in and grab the far arm, which is a strangle, or you take that American lock, which is really very hard to get out of in that situation. So there's the Achilles triangle. You see it's that sideways angle, which stuck Katie's elbow down at the hip. You see that? There's the American lock. Her elbow's stuck in a position, and man, oh man, if she's not able to straighten her arm out, then yeah, we'll break the elbow.
It's gonna break, yeah.
Very powerful move.
You see Sarah immediately checking in on her opponent. We're 3 for 3 with submission, Sean.
Yeah.
Let's keep this
telling
pace.
you, buddy, you do such a great job. This every card is just this is amazing.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is your winner by way of submission, Sarah Galvão.
Sarah Galvão wins by submission in her Who's Number One debut. Don't go anywhere, guys. We will be right back for more prelims action here live from Costa Mesa at WNO 26.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next match of the evening takes place in the middleweight division with a 9-minute time limit. Introducing you first out of the blue corner, representing Gracie Barra, by way of Northridge, California. Here is Victor Silverio.
Victor Silverio makes his Who's Number One debut, but man, Victor is a veteran.
Yes.
Of gi, no gi.
Yeah, man. I'm glad to see him back on there. He is a very explosive, exciting individual, and I'm hoping he's in good form because I'm excited for him.
And introducing his opponent out of the red corner, representing Silverback Wrestling Club, by way of Anaheim, California. Here is Ian Butler.
Ian Butler is back on the Who's Number One stage. Things got a little spicy at the press conference there yesterday.
He's getting too stacked up. He's going to have to get his hips. Down, recover. But hit that right leg, he'll go from outside, he'll go hide in the middle, keep his feet relatively safe from counterfoot locks. See how it's all dangling on the outside? Watch, you'll find it back to the middle. He's pretty disciplined in that way.
Zach now got a little bite on the ankle. Isaac looking like he's trying to attack as well. Almost looked like he was going for the back. Now Zach, heel hook attempt.
Cordova nearly has his own. There, now Cordova's on a leg. Well, momentarily he was.
Zach in on the heel once again.
Just a little too much slippage. See if he takes his left leg, hooks to the inside of the leg.
See the corner of Zach Kaina, Jessica Khan, former WNO competitor, wife of Zach Kaina. Looking for her return to the WNO mats one day. Zach now belly down, attacking that ankle. Isaac trying to use that opportunity to get to the back.
Yeah, there's that knee wedge back take. Now, Kaina's actually leaving that right leg out around a little bit too much. And then a 50-50 scenario. Let's see. We gotta pummel the knees inside. Now Zach's gotta pummel that other leg inside, underneath, so he can elevate. He's trying to get a hook in. He pummels it underneath. Now he can come up to leg drag. That left leg right there, that top leg, he left it out like a knee wedge back take, but there's no momentum there, so
Our judges favor blue.
Zach Kaina up on the judges' favor here. Again, it's not rounds, but if the match ended right now, Zach would be the winner by decision.
Yeah, it's got a decent bite on here. Reverse figure 4 grip. Well, that's a pretty good bite on that leg right there on the heel. But then look at this, counter footlock back the other way.
The one thing that I always remember you say, Sean Williams, if you're going to do the toe holds, you got to bend that leg.
Yeah.
Isaac's doing a good job of keeping his leg straight.
That's right. It's really hard to get enough torque on that, on a straight leg. Now actually they ended in this position on the last one where Zach was able to capitalize right in this very same position. Cordova held that outside leg position too long and locked the head and arm.
And this is a good strategy in the final 2 minutes. Wear the bottom person down, make them cause desperation, look for them to overextend to try to escape. And that's when you can potentially capitalize.
Yeah, he should be able to pass. He passes, and potentially now this near side underhook, he might even be able to mount right now. He let it go. He's let that go.
Good precarious position. I almost wanted to say a dogfight. Nice reversal attempt there by Isaac. Cordova gets to the top position, but gets his leg sucked right back into the 50-50 by Zach Kaina.
Yeah, Cordova used that outside hook on that leg to come up around the waist.
Just under a minute left. Cordova trying to ride this out here to defend the heel hook attempt by Zach Kaina.
Yeah, these two guys are very, very equally matched. They just very close contest. Their match, previous match looked very similar to this. Let's see if you can get that heel off the floor by rotating underneath. Can Zach Kaina? Cordova is almost able, can't get the knee out yet. Short time, so probably see Cordova start attacking his own leg attack. Still trying to expose the heel, but can't quite get it. Now let's see if he can come up in a drag position, leg drag position. Nope. Legs are still too extended here.
10 seconds left. Zach Kaina looking for that last second submission, fighting till the bitter end, and that is it. First decision of the night, but man, that was an action.
That was a shootout. Yeah,
that was a shootout.
That was a shootout. Lot of stuff going on in that contest. Pretty much basically non-stop 9 minutes. I don't know if those guys ever stopped moving. So
great match.
Yeah.
We're going to take a look at the replay here. One of many little scrambles and several hundred attacks by both competitors. This was a tight match. We saw heel hooks, a lot of foot and toe hold attacks by both men. Just back and forth.
Yeah.
Legs.
There was that outside hook position and then that roll through.
Yeah.
Nice move by Cordova. Zach just probably hadn't seen that before, hadn't been in that type of position before. There's Zach kind of getting in on his own heel hook, but it slips off. It's not quite.
That was a scrap, Sean Williams.
It was. Non-stop.
What is the decision? Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one time for these two warriors. After completing the scheduled 9 rounds, here is your winner in the blue corner, Zach
Zach Kina is your winner here at WNO 26 in his debut. Congratulations to this young man from Costa Mesa. For those of you enjoying tonight's undercard for free on YouTube, this will mark the end of the free portion of the show. Be sure to subscribe to Flow Grappling now if you want to gain access to viewing the rest of our stacked main card tonight. To do so, simply go to flowgrappling.com/signup and follow the on-screen prompts. When you subscribe to Flow Grappling, not only do you gain access to live jiu-jitsu events all over the world, you also get full access to all of our top-notch content, including exclusive interviews, articles, instructional videos, and much, much more. Don't delay, subscribe today. And sports are better on the big screen. Head to your preferred device app store to download the all-new Flow Sports app for Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, Android TV, and Chromecast. Set your favorites, search our library of live and on-demand content, and so much more. Download today.
All right, ladies. All right.
All right, main card is coming up. That's the end of the prelims. We will be back with our welterweight bout between Daniel Sattler and Michael Sainz. You got to subscribe to flowgrappling.com to watch the main card. We will be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our trivia time, we want to give a big
Heralds, harbingers, the seraph. What we chose to call them is irrelevant. Their arrival marked the end of our world. Civilization, culture, continents, torn apart and left in ruin. But life perseveres. In our last act of defiance, we boarded the Arks. For centuries we lay hidden. The Arks were discovered. Now we must awaken and together explore what is left of our world. Danger is everywhere. The Seraph are still out there. But so are we. We must scour our past for technology, adapting, learning, gaining power, and build as we once did. We shall board our skyships and journey this fractured land until united we strike with the fury of centuries lost and take back the skies.
Costa Mesa, California. It's WNO 26.
I can hear him.
We're going to start the main card here shortly. And the energy at the hangar is electric. This has been an exciting night of action. And we have many, many more exciting matches to come, Sean Williams. But let's talk about the main and co-main event. We got Pato and Krikorian, one of the craziest matches we're going to see.
Yeah, Pato brings it, man. Yeah. What a dangerous athlete. Krikorian, we've seen how well-rounded he is, and we'll see how he adjusts and adapts to their first match. They've got history before, so we'll see. Absolutely.
Diego Pato, 2-division champion here of Booze number 1. You know, a year ago, he defeated Dante Leon. Big submission. You see the highlight there. Heel hook Dante Leon. Not many people can say that. And won his 2nd division title here at WNO. And Keith Krikorian, the two have fought before, but Keith, the master of leg locks, he's got excellent wrestling. He's got the whole 10 Planet crew here. And, you know, if anyone has a chance of beating Pato, it's Keith Krikorian.
Absolutely, 100%.
And we have our co-main event coming up, a battle between the reigning IBJJF Nogi Openweight champion of this year and last year, Roberto Jimenez against Elder Cruz.
Yeah, Roberto Jimenez, we've seen him so scrappy, so scrambly. I believe that's going to be his key to victory, is to move the brick and the block that is Elder Cruz. Very good at wrestling, very good positionally, and dangerous with the guillotines and dart chokes.
And that's our co-main event. Of course, we've got a stacked card that we'll get to in a second. But before we talk about that, we're going to kick things over to our sideline reporter, Kendall Rusing.
Hello, everybody. Kendall Rusing here, and welcome back to another WNO. I'm going to be with you tonight with your on-the-mat interviews, sideline reporting, and to start our main card off, I have a special interview with none other than AOJ co-founder Guy Mendez. Guy, welcome back.
Thank you.
Now, do we have any AOJ fans in the house? Just a couple. Just a couple. We know that when we come back to Costa Mesa, you guys bring so much energy. Tell us why it feels so good to have Who's Number One back here in Costa Mesa once again.
I feel this is our backyard, and just having the opportunity to display our jiu-jitsu, our techniques here in this stage in front of the whole team, it's amazing.
Now, there's a lot of amazing shows in Jiu-Jitsu, right? And one of the things that we've noticed is we consistently see your team. You have a stacked card of AOJ athletes here tonight. What about Who's Number One keeps you guys coming back consistently?
I feel the rule set is the most important for me. The long rounds and the opportunity to display the Jiu-Jitsu with 15 minutes, it's what makes it interesting for me.
Now, we know that you have a lot of matches tonight with your athletes in there. Is there any match in particular that your athletes are not in that you're looking forward to seeing tonight? Hard to choose one, right?
I feel all the matches are really good. I think J-Rod and Ronaldo will be really good.
Awesome. Let's hear it one more time for our AOJ crowd. Thank you guys so much for being here, and we'll be right back with our main card action.
All right, you hear Guy Mendez in the house, Art of Jiu-Jitsu, Costa Mesa Zone. Now let's take a look at the rest of the main card as Kendall spoke about. After the co-main event, or sorry, before the co-main event, we got Lucas Lira versus Ryan Aiken, Battle of Leg Lock Monsters. Titan Dalbra from AOJ against Rene Souza. J-Rod, Jay Rodriguez against Ronaldo Jr. Rafael Aguedes, former WNO champion, against Paige Yvette. And Daniel Sattler versus Michael Sainz to kick things off here at WNO 26. All right, we're going to kick things over to Jeff Houston. We're going to start things off with the first main card matchup.
Hello, hello, hello! Costa Mesa! Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the hangar at the OC Fair. It's been 5 long years since the journey started right here in this facility. And we are still looking to answer the question that is on the minds of grappling fans around the world. Who's number one? Welcome to WNO 26! Ladies and gentlemen, we are set for the next match of the night in the welterweight division with a 15-minute time limit. Introducing to you first out of the blue corner, representing Alpha Miami Grappling by way of Miami, Florida, Michael Sainz.
Representing Alpha Miami in Miami, Florida, Michael Sainz makes his Who's Number One debut, and the buzz around this young man is insane.
Yeah, very young man is right. Only 18 years of age. Great leg attacks, kind of good everywhere, but I would assume that he's going to really go after the legs.
And introducing his opponent out of the red corner, representing Alliance by way of San Diego, California, here is Daniel Sattler.
It was a year ago that we saw the WNO debut of Daniel Sattler, where he flying arm blocked Max Hansen. And then he had a match with Fabieri. The last Who's Number One was insane. Daniel Sattler makes his WNO return here at WNO 26.
Yeah, don't blink or you might miss something. This guy flies everywhere.
All right, let's take a look at this welterweight tail of the tape. Daniel Sattler, 24 years old, 5'10", weighed in at 169.4 pounds. Michael Sainz, 18 years old, 5'8", weighed in at 170 pounds. It's our first match here on the main card, and this one's got fireworks written all over it.
Yeah. Sattler really just an explosive, willing to take all sorts of risks type of competitor. He had a flying leg lock that I believe basically knocked himself out. I mean, he just does. He'll take all kinds of crazy risks, but that makes him very exciting. So
Sattler 1-1 here in WNO. We talk about that crazy flying arm lock that he did last year here in San Diego at this venue.
Yeah.
And then we had the scrap, probably one of the best matches of the year against Fabieri Christian at the last Who's Number One. And now he's got Michael Sainz, this young man from Alpha Miami. And a lot of buzz about this kid. Loves to wrestle, loves to scramble, loves to attack the legs.
Well, right now he's winning all the hand fighting, and he's winning the wrestling battle for sure. His sense. He's got great tie-ups. He's not really letting Sattler on his head at all. And you can see when he moves Sattler around, he's really moving him around. There's a nice double leg.
Beautiful double leg by Michael Sainz.
Yeah, he
saw a little head collision there earlier on. I hope Sattler doesn't open up like he did the last Who's Number One. Yeah, just a beautiful double leg attack. And I think that's probably going to be one of his keys to victory, is just utilizing that wrestling and superior top game. Sattler's wrestling is really tight and really strong, but I think Sainz a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, at the moment, he's absolutely winning that battle. He's able to move Sattler around with that collar ties, and you can see even the level changes that they're having. Sainz looks more like a bullet, where his chest is touching his knee. Sattler's a little upright on the chest. It's really easy to get stiff-armed that way. Tries to slide by. But when you are willing to take risks like Sattler, it's really hard to prepare for somebody that's just, if he gets taken down, he throws flying stuff right up at you. So it can be a method of defense that's unorthodox, that can equalize things. That's the fun part about jiu-jitsu, right? Grappling, we can submissions, all the flying things. They're equalizers, and they can compensate for a difference of just sheer wrestling skill.
Sattler trying to go heavy on that head there.
He's trying to 2-on-1. Just tries that little slide for that turn. Needs a little bit of. Sainz tried that turn, and you got to have the guy step back just a little to really throw people well with that. It's an incredible technique. When it's done right, it just...
Yeah, see, the one thing I'm seeing is, if I could call this, is Saint's got to be a little bit careful when he's changing levels and leaving his arm out. Because Sattler will, even without connection, he'll just jump out.
Yeah, it's true. You see what you just said there, how he hold the elbow? That's all he needs to fly. Yeah. And that's it. You have a good, where Sands has an underhook, but that underhook is an potential arm lock. So because Sands is looking really nice, like classically, he's just looking very good. I believe he could probably shoot some of these shots and score a takedown.
A penalty for Red. Sattler saying he understands that and he's pulling guard right away. One thing we've done for this event is we've really talked to the officials about enforcing action, and you know, we've told them that if it has to happen, we will have a double DQ if we end up with a I can't take you down, you can't take me down wrestling type matchup, which is not what we're seeing here at WNO 26 so far.
And you said something, we could see how some jiu-jitsu math works here, because Sattler finished Max Hansen. Max Hansen beat Sands in the trial, so let's see how some jiu-jitsu, look at that heel hook, that's pretty deep. That's a decent bite, couldn't really secure any sort of isolation of the knee, but...
Sattler just like posted up on one hand very nonchalantly to defend, like it didn't really look like he was in too much danger there.
Yeah, he did. Sands didn't really have any, not that you need isolation of the knee, but it would have definitely helped in that situation.
Sands with a nice underhook. Right side there, trying to knee cut.
Yep.
Look at that. Just that little bite on the wrist there is enough for Sattler to attack an omoplata. Look at that. Left leg over. I was going to say omoplata, but Sands doing a good job of defending. He's got to watch his arms because Sattler is a submission machine. Sands working to the back here.
Yeah, he does also has some nice back takes, does Sattler, where he'll jump over inversions and like right these type of places right here. He's very good at getting to the back, knee wedge back takes. He's crafty in those situations. But you know, there's a small problem here. He's got to get this leg. This leg's across the waist, so if Sands can move Sattler over towards Sands' right there, can get that foot off the mat, the knee off the mat. He did so well there.
Judges' favor. Blue.
Michael Sands gets the first judge's favor here tonight. Obviously the big blast up the leg paid dividends. Sattler trying to pass. This is probably the most contemporary jiu-jitsu we've ever seen from Daniel Sattler, right?
Yeah, he's trying to get position, stay above the knee on the right side, on his right side. 3/4 for Sands. That shin, that shield makes problems for getting around the knee. I'm gonna try to attack the leg. Also, Sands does like the reverse guard. I saw him do that in some of his previous matches, so you might see that situation where right here, where that leg is across the body. If he inverts, we might see him try that to get underneath. Exactly. It's when see that left leg there, that outside leg, and then the right leg's going to go back. That's when it's sort of primed to do that. It's just going to try a leg entry.
Got that knee wedged, but not far enough.
Well, it's still potential problems for Sattler unless he either puts a right-legged wedge in the middle or can keep this knee up off the floor. That's what he was trying with his other inside arm. There's the wedge with the right leg. That'll help him clear his left leg.
Sattler's got some great movement in and out.
Yeah.
Changing directions, changing angles, putting tons of pressure on Michael Sands.
legs, throw them to the far side. You can see that left arm underneath there. Moves all the way around the other side. Version all the way into the leg now. Sands. Heel hook come in. It's a decent. He's got a decent leg position, but lost the heel there. So he was able to clear that heel.
Left in this matchup. Daniel Sattler on top of Michael Sains. This young man, Michael Sains, comes from a Alpha Miami Grappling Academy in Miami, Florida. They have an amazing kids program. One of the, in Miami and a lot of other competitions. They're very dominant. Just been producing a lot of up and coming talent in the Miami area. Daniel Sattler training at Alliance San Diego with Johnny Faria. Big contrast in styles from what we saw a year ago. He's, like I said, playing a little bit more contemporary jiu-jitsu, trying to put more pressure and pass as opposed to high-flying techniques.
He's got to be cautious of there. He's got that wedge in with that right knee. That kills that scooped situation there. Now he lost it, so now there's Sands back on the leg again.
Six minutes left. Yeah, pace a lot different than what we saw in Sattler's last match with Fabio Christian.
Yeah, the 3/4, he's right now, he's trying to put pressure on that 3/4. But it's a very efficient defensive guard situation. And there's a lot of offense there too, but very efficient. Let's see here, false sweep. Sattler staying behind the legs. Did a very good job of staying behind the legs.
Sattler with a little foot pin there. Trying to make some space and disconnect.
Red.
So Sattler now ahead in the judges' favor. In our first match here of the main card of WNO 26. We have a lot of really, really good matches coming up here.
Absolutely. Big stack card. Here we go again.
Four minutes, 30 seconds left. See how this, standing now, maybe this will change the pace of the match, or maybe we'll see.
Well, obviously as individuals get more tired, flying attacks get harder and harder to do.
But this is where the wrestling of Saints could come in.
Yeah. There's an overhook, tried to jump guard.
You talk about getting tired, and Sattler in a split second jump guard.
Yeah.
So fast.
There's a potential knee cut coming. That was a nice, he got in deep on that knee cut. Yep, he's going to make this pass, potentially, yeah.
Sattler tangling up the leg there.
Got to watch his own leg now, too. He's got to watch this top leg. That right leg, Sattler's got to watch his right leg. Come more to the middle, then start coming up. So he has a leg attack of his own, but needs to fix his right leg a little bit to generate more pressure on Saints' foot. Saints, once he frees his foot, I don't know if he'll come to the top or just go after the leg. He's going to start to come up. Yep, come up.
2 minutes, 38 seconds left in this matchup. We're going to bring these guys back to the middle. Daniel Sattler trying
an inside reach, false read with that heel. That's a tight heel hook. You can't leave your foot on the outside like that. You can rip that, right? So, yeah, that's tight. That's tight. That could have been dangerous there.
Talk about the false reap. The first time I ever saw a false reap was Diego Pato. I had no idea what was going on that leg.
Pato throws him.
Shout out Corey Stockton for telling me what the name of the technique was. Minute 45 seconds left in this match.
Yeah, we never called it a false reap. We grounded Kanagasami, essentially what it is. False reap is now what it's widely known as. He's in that deep position. You probably see him circle around to the right. A little off balance, and there's a flying triangle attempt. Yeah. I think this is going to come down to this last minute, really. Who wants this last minute? Sattler's looking a little tired.
Less than a minute to go. Man, Sattler really likes to go head first.
He does. He wins. That's for sure.
Pulling guard right away. Attacking the leg is Daniel Sattler. Trying to give it everything he can in the final seconds of this match here.
Needs to.
Beautiful guillotine attempt there by Daniel Sattler. He's squeezing that neck. He's got his guard wrapped, but Saints has his right knee in the middle. You can't really see it on TV. Saints now opens up and flattens Sattler out with 3 seconds left to go. And that is it. This one will go to the judges.
Yeah.
Tough one to call.
That is. That is a tough one. I don't believe that glass guillotine was deep. Sands gave us the thumbs up over here as you was stuck inside there. Yeah, I'm not going to call that one.
Let's take a look at the replay here. Sattler and Saints here at WNO 26. Replay coming up hopefully soon. But yeah, it was a tough match.
Yeah,
it's going to be a tough one to call.
Yeah.
I'm not going to give a prediction. I honestly don't. I don't know. I got to replay that one in the mind, but
yeah. I think maybe if you go with sort of control, you go with Sands. I think that's what I would be leaning towards anyway.
I think, you know, when you talk about the double leg we saw earlier on, you're right, a little bit more control. But we'll see what the judges have to say here.
Hard to tell.
Ladies and gentlemen, after completing the scheduled 15 minutes, here is your winner by way of decision, Michael Saints!
Michael Saints wins his Who's Number 1 debut against a very game Daniel Sattler. Future is bright for this young man. Michael Sainz, big win over a very experienced and very very exciting grappler in Daniel Sattler. But we're going to kick things over to Kevin Ruzick for a word with our winner.
Michael Sainz, congratulations on this big victory. You got a lot of people happy here tonight, sounds like.
Kind of awkward because I'm from Miami. Everyone's like on the West Coast, so I expected no one to cheer for me, but thank you guys for cheering for me, congratulating me on my win. I just want to say thank you to my brothers, my coach, my team, my family. Thank you everybody for this. This is the best feeling ever.
Walk us through what was going on in your mind at the end of that match. I know there was a last-minute submission. I saw your thumb go up in the back corner. Did that make you nervous at all with the judges in mind?
Not one bit. I thought I controlled that match the entire time. And I expected Daniel to throw this stuff. And like I said, my brothers, they do this stuff to me every day, trying to kill me at practice. So I was ready for it, especially at the end when I'm really tired.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on the win. Let's hear it one more time for Michael Sainz, everybody.
Guys, I just want to say thank you to God for this victory. It means a lot to me. Shout out to my brother Tristan, man. I love you a lot. Thank you, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the pinnacle of high school wrestling is here. Stream all the postseason matches with an annual Flow Wrestling subscription and follow your high school athletes as they compete for a state championship title. Don't miss a moment of the excitement. Watch Wrestling State Championships on Flow Wrestling. That's where you'll see the next Michael Sainz of this world or Trey Robinsons on Flow Wrestling. But now we're looking at backstage at Rafaela Guedes warming up for her big match against Paige Yvette. Coming up next. All right, guys, we will be right back with our women's match of the night. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back for WNO 26.
Pato vs. Krikorian is sponsored by Acai Republic.
next match of the evening is in the women's heavyweight division with a 15-minute time limit. Introducing first out of the blue corner, representing Legion AJJ, by way of San Diego, California. Here is Paige Yvette.
Paige Yvette makes her long-awaited Who's Number One debut, fighting out of San Diego and Legion American Jiu-Jitsu.
And introducing her opponent, representing Atos Jiu-Jitsu, by way of San Diego, California. Here is Rafaela Guedes.
Former WNO champion and current ADCC champion Rafaela Guedes is back on the Who's Number One stage. Let's take a look at this heavyweight tail of the tape. Rafaela Guedes, 32 years old, 5'7", weighed in at 187.8 pounds. Paige Yvette, 32 years old, 5'9", weighed in at 176.6 pounds. It's Atos Jiu-Jitsu versus Legion American Jiu-Jitsu going down here in Costa Mesa at the hangar at WNO 26. Number one, stay tuned. Let's take a look backstage. We have Ronaldo Jr. in the warm-up area, getting ready. The human highlight reel is warming up for a scrap against J-Rod, Jay Rodriguez from the B team. Should be another exciting matchup coming up soon. If you're a wrestling fan, you don't want to miss The Duel, a 6-part docuseries covering the epic 1986 showdown between number 1 Iowa and number 2 Iowa State. Relive the intensity, the legendary matchups, and the high-stakes drama of one of the most iconic duels in NCAA history. Hear from the cast of characters of coaches and athletes who lived the duel. Watch the full series now on Flow Wrestling and catch the prime cut highlights on YouTube. The most epic duel meets of all time.
WNO 26, Paso vs. Korean is sponsored by Acai Republic. Fuel your victory with Acai Republic, the ultimate choice for the BJJ community. Acai Republic, stay healthy and enjoy life. Who's Number 126, Pato vs. Krikorian is presented by Defense Soap, now the official soap and body wipe of Flow Grappling. Protecting you for over 15 years. Defend what you have built.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next match of the evening takes place in the middleweight division with a 15-minute time limit. Introducing to you first, out of the blue corner, representing Atos Jiu-Jitsu, by way of San Diego, California. Here is Ronaldo Jr.
The human highlight reel is back here on Who's Number 1. Ronaldo Jr., no-gi world champion, makes his return to the WNO stage.
And introducing his opponent out of the red corner, representing the B team, by way of Austin, Texas. Here is Jay Rodriguez.
Jay Rodriguez is back here at WNO, one of the most exciting grapplers, ADCC silver medalist, and he's in for a scrap against Ronaldo Jr. This has been a long time coming, this match. Other organizations tried to put it together, but of course we did it at WNO. Let's take a look at the middleweight tail of the tape. J-Rod, 22 years old, 5'11", weighed in at 179.8 pounds. Ronaldo Jr., 28 years old, 5'11", weighed in at 183.4 pounds. Competitors, there he is, Tynan Dalpra, the man from Costa Mesa, representing Art of Jiu-Jitsu in the warm-up area, getting ready for his match. There he is, his opponent, Rene Souza, warming up there next to Jocko. It's Souza versus Dalpra coming up next, guys. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Brought to you by Acai Republic. Fuel your victory with Acai Republic, the ultimate choice for the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu community. Acai Republic, stay healthy and enjoy life.
Number 1 is sponsored by Swain Mats by Dolomer, the official mat of Flow Grappling. Visit dolomer.com or scan the QR code on screen and use code FLOW10 for 10% off your very own Swain Flow Grappling 10x10 home mat. Experience the hybrid difference at dolomer.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are set for our next match of the evening in the middleweight division with a 15-minute time limit. Introducing you first out of the blue corner, representing 10th Planet Bethlehem, by way of Phillipsburg, Pennsylvania. Here is Rene Souza.
Rene Souza makes his Who's Number 1 return. Rene had a submission win last time he was here in Costa Mesa over Kieran Kichak. Can he do it against Tynan Dalpra tonight?
Well, he brings a lot of... He's tricky.
Yeah.
And introducing his opponent, representing the art of Jiu-Jitsu, by way of Costa Mesa, California. Here is Tynan Dalpra.
Tynan Dalpra representing AOJ and Art of Jiu-Jitsu. The man who wants to represent the gi in the no-gi competitions. He's 3-0 against exclusively no-gi grapplers, if you think of it.
Yeah. Yeah, very talented and such a professional athlete.
Let's take a look at this middleweight tail of the tape. Tynan Dalpra, 24 years old, 6'2". I think that was a mistake on the height. Weighed in at 184.8 pounds. Rene Souza, 22 years old, 5'10", 184.6 pounds. Tynan grew a couple inches in the last couple days.
Yeah. If he's 6'2", I'm feeling good about myself.
Yeah. You know, talking to Rene Souza yesterday, he told me that he looks at this match like Eddie versus Have a home on Flow College. Watch more than 12,000 college sporting events from 100 schools and 12 different conferences only on Flow College. Head to flowcollege.com today to see everything now. All right, let's take a look at the warm-up area. We see Lucas Lira preparing for his light heavyweight clash with Ryan Aiken. Coming up next, you see Ryan Aiken, rubber ball, training just like Sylvester Stallone and Rocky. You see him throwing some bones there. Get ready, getting pumped. We'll be right back for Lira versus Aiken. Don't go anywhere, guys.
Exclusive discounts and amazing reward program with the Acai Republic app.
Act like you know how this goes.
Because when you're craving acai, nothing can stop you. Well, besides 3-time Jiu-Jitsu world champion Diego Pato.
Pato vs. Krikorian is sponsored by Acai Republic. Fuel your victory with Acai Republic, the ultimate choice for the BJJ community. Acai Republic. Stay healthy and enjoy life.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now set for our feature match of the night in the light heavyweight division with a 15-minute time limit. Introducing first out of the blue corner, representing 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu by way of Atlanta, Georgia. Here is Ryan Aiken.
Ryan Aiken makes his Who's Number One debut. There's been a lot of buzz about this young man, a submission master from the 10th Planet team out of Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah, I feel like he's really peaking.
Yeah.
Good time for him to be here.
And his opponent, representing Atos and Lira Jiu-Jitsu by way of Miami, Florida. Here is Lucas Lira.
Lucas Lira making his second WNO appearance. Fought on the undercard previously, made his way to the main card. Ocean BJJ champion winner as well. He's got a ton of experience under his belt.
Yeah, just a very well-rounded athlete.
All right, let's take a look at this light heavyweight tail of the tape. Lucas Lira, 27 years old, 5'10", weighed in at 204 pounds. Ryan Aiken, 31 years old, 6'2", weighed in at 205.2 pounds. It's 10th Planet versus Atos here in Costa Mesa at WNO 26. All right, here we go.
Here is a shot of Elder Cruz warming up. He's coming up next. He has his hands full. Roberto Jimenez. So stay tuned because this is going to be a barn burner. There's Jimenez warming up as well. Going from the back. Stay tuned, we'll be right back. Roberto Jimenez, Elder Cruz coming right at you right next.
Você que é estudante ou acaba de se formar no curso de Ciências Contábeis, saiba que fez uma ótima escolha. A formação contábil vai permitir que você construa sua carreira profissional em um mercado muito promissor. Mas, para isso, é fundamental que você obtenha o seu registro profissional como contador, por meio do Exame de Suficiência do CFC. Para conseguir emprego em diversas profissões nessa área, o registro no Conselho é obrigatório. E é o exame do CFC que vai demonstrar que você possui tanto o domínio teórico exigido na profissão, quanto a capacidade de aplicar o que aprendeu na prática. Passar no exame também vai lhe trazer credibilidade e reconhecimento, pois o órgão que regula a profissão contábil no país estará atestando sua aptidão para exercer a profissão. Venha estudar para o exame do CFC com estratégia. Aqui você tem acesso ao material que mais aprova no país. Nossos cursos são completos e direcionados com todas as ferramentas que você precisa para passar na prova. Clique no botão abaixo e veja as condições especiais para você se preparar em alto nível.
the reigning IBJJF Openweight No-Gi World Champion, Elder Cruz El Monstro, is here at Who's Number One.
And introducing his opponent out of the red corner, representing Studio 76 Jiu-Jitsu, by way of Las Vegas, Nevada. Here is Roberto Jimenez.
El Natural, Roberto Jimenez. The poet, the artist, Roberto, a man on a mission, all about good vibes and love here, doing what he loves. The 2023 IBJJF No-Gi Openweight World Champion is here against Elder Cruz. Let's take a look at this light heavyweight tale of the tape. Roberto Jimenez, 30 years old, 6 foot, 186.6 pounds. Elder Cruz, actually that was the wrong age, 30 years old, 5'11", 198.8 pounds. I thought Roberto was younger than that too.
Yeah, he's very young.
All right.
Now, do not go anywhere, guys. We have a very exciting WNO announcement coming at you now.
The Black Belt Slayer.
I think this is like a new Nicky Rod lately. He's been pressing forward.
One of the greatest grapplers in the no-gi game today. Captain Duarte makes his return. The current ADCC double gold champion, openweight champion against Nicky Rod, Nick Rodriguez, the CJI champion. This is the biggest match in grappling right now, and it's only going to happen here at WNO. WNO 27 can't come soon enough. April 18th in Austin, Texas. Tickets will be available on Flow Grappling. What a match. All right, guys, without further ado, our main event coming up next between Diego Pato and Keith Krikorian. Don't go anywhere, guys. We will be right back.
Exclusive discounts and amazing reward program with the Acai Republic app.
Act like you know how this goes.
Because when you're craving acai, nothing can stop you. Well, besides 3-time Jiu-Jitsu world champion Diego Pato.
Tonight's Who's Number One is sponsored by Swain Mats by Dolimer, the official mat of Flow Grappling. Visit dolimer.com or scan the QR code on screen and use code FLOW10 for 10% off your very own Swain Flow Grappling 10x10 home mat. Experience the hybrid difference at dolimer.com.
It's been quite the night of action here at WNO 26. We just saw one of the fastest submissions in WNO history, but now it's time for the main event between Diego Pato Oliveira and Keith Krikorian. We're going to kick it over to Jeff Houston to announce our main event.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now set for the main event. And it is for the undisputed Who's Number One Lightweight Championship. Your referee on the mat in charge of the action, Gabriel Martins. And now, with our grappling fans watching live worldwide on Flow Grappling from the hangar at the OC Fair, Costa Mesa, we have only 2 words left. And it's time to start a fight and finish the night. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing your main event participants. First out of the blue corner, representing 10th Planet by way of San Diego, California. Here is the challenger, Keith Krikorian.
Keith Krikorian makes his long-awaited Who's Number One debut. The current Polaris champion at 66 kilograms, San Diego's own, representing 10th Planet, is back on the WNO stage, and he's pumped and ready for Pato.
And now introducing his opponent out of the red corner, representing the Art of Jiu-Jitsu, by way of Costa Mesa, California, your defending Who's Number One Lightweight Champion, Diego
Pato, the defending feather and lightweight champion here. Who's Number One? One of the deadliest grapplers in the planet. The champ is here. And let's take a look at this tale of the tape. Diego Pato, 25 years old, only 5'5", weighed in at 154.6 pounds. Keith Krikorian, 27 years old, 5'8", 154.8 pounds. Excellent choice of music by Diego Pato, right out of Desperado El Mariachi. Let's get this party started.
This is going to be a good one, buddy.
Yeah. Pato sits right away.
I don't think it's any mystery to what he's going to do. He's exceptionally good, but not only is he exceptionally good at finishing, he's exceptionally good at also using leg attacks to get into very, very good position. Nice. But look at that. A slight little,
Look at that. Krikorian jump for a front headlock, and Pato just takes advantage and gets to mount.
Yeah, I mean, the rolling front head arm is a good way to pass the guard, but small mistake. Pato just followed him over, and now he finds himself mounted.
To be honest, it's a position we don't really see too often with Diego Pato. He's normally attacking and breaking legs, and I did not expect to see him mounted in only 1 minute of the match.
Yeah, they're still fresh. And Krikorian, that right arm is doing its job. He's got a frame across the waist, big bridge to the left corner, and get that other elbow back. And as he does that nicely. And then once the elbows are down there, now he'll have a real opportunity to work himself out. You see Pato holding the head up in the air to help try to stop bridging, but the kipping escape actually doesn't really need any bridging at all. Just
Pato's got both. He's got his ankles crossed in the mount. Pretty interesting.
Yeah,
just wants to keep. Oh, look at that! Right to the back is Diego Pato.
He's not quite there yet. Yeah, Krikorian was able to continue that movement. That left elbow now needs to get to that far hip.
Krikorian trying to come up.
Yeah,
versus the position.
Nicely. Was able to sit up well.
A little somersault action there to get restarted. Got the entire 10 Planet squad to our left, telling Keith to remember the game plan. You know, last time I had any doubt in Keith Krikorian, I ended up with the foot in my mouth when he defeated Gabriel Souza a couple years ago at WNO. So, you know, Keith has developed such an amazing leg lock and counter leg lock game. Excellent takedowns. He's very, very well-rounded.
Yeah, that's right. He is well-rounded.
But Diego Pato is one of these guys. He's like a little Tasmanian devil, I don't know what you want to call him, but he's ferocious, especially when he grabs those legs.
Yeah, and he can keep the legs in, and he generates a lot of force. I mean, once he isolates a leg, he has a very high percentage chance of finishing. And he can switch from left to right. Right now, he's got a good heel grip. Let's see if he chooses to attack on the leg or uses to get up. There he gets up nicely. Flips over, and almost like a little rolling Kimura attempt and an underhook. Again, tries to flip around again. So, a couple of close attempts there with the rolling guard passing.
This match is going a lot different than their last encounter there at ABCC. And it feels like Keith's getting more confident as the match progresses now. He already escaped Pato's mount. He's had some partial success in those pass attempts there.
Maplata coming here. Krikorian jumps around well.
Minutes, 17 seconds left in this match. Keith Krikorian, Diego Pato.
On judges' favor, red.
Diego Pato gets the first judge's favor of this title matchup here. Nice little drag to the heel by Keith Krikorian. Here, Gio Martinez and Richie Martinez in the corner of Keith Krikorian.
Pato trying to use that 2-on-1 to pull, but Keith doing a great job of keeping the elbows in, defensively, he's doing a fantastic job of staying very safe right now. The left side, you got to watch Pato's right arm. Goes flying under that leg, so Keith's got to be very aware of that. There's an omoplata. There it is again.
Yeah, Keith, I was going to say Keith entering in with his arm there on the stack. A little risky, but now Pato turns the foot and gets to the top position. Back to the feet here.
Yeah, his feet just got too close to Pato when Pato inverted there. He was able to he sucked that leg in, so.
Little triangle attempt off the arm drag there by Diego Pato.
So see the feet, can't get too close to the head. Yep, see he's got, that's, again, legs were a little too close to the head during that inversion, and then now it's a split second, Pato's already in on the leg, so we'll see if he'll get the waist now. Pato, there he goes, tries to get to the hip, and is a little closer. Get down. He's getting closer. Pato got a lot closer that time than he has before. Nearly had the hip. He just couldn't keep Krikorian on the ground.
I mean, Keith's put his hand in the fire there a couple times, you know, and he's escaped some attempts with Pato attacking his legs and even his arm. So he's not afraid, and I think he's, you know, again, I think he's growing in confidence as the match continues. I was looking to control the hips of Pato. Keith now really tight in the passing attempt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just gotta, there it is, the scoop. Gotta watch that side if you're Keith. You either gotta go with an underhook or you gotta put your leg on the inside. Again, yeah, Krikorian easily pulled the leg out on that one. Another inversion, so now Pato will try to invert that leg inside. Now he's got a different, still Krikorian does a really nice job of extracting his leg.
He's looking for the back there for a second. Yeah. Pato taking the opportunity again, getting to the legs. Trying to keep Keith down. A lot of respect being shown here by both of these competitors. This is, and in the stand-up, this is where Keith should be dominant. A little bit more so.
Yeah.
Pato's trying to show he's not afraid. There it is. Nice single leg attempt there by Keith Krikorian. He gets Pato. We could see a similar submission like we saw Tynan Dolphin with that arm and guillotine, but now Pato going towards the back.
Krikorian's got to be very careful. He can post the head, push on the knees, and that way he could get Pato. Pato's going to come up in a leg drag here, so he's lost the back of Turtle, but going to have to
Judges favor.
come up.
Ready.
Pato up. Second judge's favor. Now in a passive position on Keith. Keith's got that leg entangled.
So Keith's got to get this right leg to the right foot to the hip. If he can keep pushing away, slip the knee, get the foot to the hip, it'll let him get his hip out. Now it's getting tight. He's going to pass here.
Past the hips. Keith framing and trying to make some space here. trying to play some mental warfare here.
Yeah.
Oh, and crowd is loving this match. Keith getting aggressive with the takedowns. Nice single leg pickup there by Keith Krikorian. Pato slips out. A little aggressive on the head now is Krikorian.
Close guards. Pato trying to scoop a leg so he can most likely invert.
Less than 3 minutes to go in this lightweight title match. Last time we were here, Diego Pato submitted Dante Leon, having a very tough time doing the same thing against Keith Krikorian. Keith is not afraid, and he's really putting on a good performance here against the two division champion. But Patos was dominating a lot of these exchanges. Had dominant position early on. Keith trying to pressure, trying to open that guard.
Yeah, another entry, but yeah, Keith's out.
And you know, for those of you at home, don't forget Pato was fighting in the European Championships 2 weeks ago. You know, full-on gi competition, won the tournament, and now he's here in the main event of Who's Number One. Gotta love Pato. He'll fight and do anything. Less than 2 minutes to go. The Ted Planet corner telling Keith, you got to go with everything here.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, Keith has done a great job of neutralizing everything that Pato has thrown his way. But I think he needs something more than that. Now he's on his back, yeah.
Talk about the leg lock attempts to get into the top position. Like Krikorian, Pato essentially doing just that on Keith.
He scooped in that time he got to the hip. He was getting closer and closer, and that time he finally got up to the hip and was able to secure the mount.
For the second time now.
Yeah.
Less than a minute to go. Diego Pato mounted, dominating this match towards the end here. He's got to watch those arms if he's going to try to escape.
Yeah, he didn't have much of a choice. I mean, his elbows are in good position, his arms are in good position, but he may have to really open up here. Pato, 20 seconds to work.
Pato just stepping in and out, almost daring Keith to attack his leg, saying, you can't get me. He's got 10 seconds left. And that is it. Diego Pato retains the lightweight championship here at Who's Number One. Very technical battle versus Keith Krikorian. Dominant performance towards the end. Pato establishing mount position, you know, getting a lot of really strong leg entanglements. Keith Krikorian put on an amazing battle as well. Krikorian did not give up from start to finish.
No, a fantastic job of neutralizing.
You saw earlier on he was attacking that guillotine and he got mounted by Pato. Nice little counter there.
Pato trying all the leg attacks, just just couldn't really get a good bite on any of them. Krikorian did such a great job of neutralizing all of those attacks. And then that front head arm brought him down to the turtle position. But hey, you know what? Like, this match will make both of these gentlemen better. I mean, now Pato successfully got to the mount a few times and really didn't really have a system once he was mounted. So now, hey, these guys are getting good enough to defend the legs. Now he's now going to mount. Now he's going to have develop a very good mount.
Absolutely.
It just always makes both athletes better.
This match is truly bringing the best out of both of these men.
Krikorian looked very good.
Yep. That is it.
Ladies and gentlemen, after completing the scheduled 15 minutes in our main event, here is your winner by decision, and still, who's #1 lightweight champion, Diego Pato.
And that is it, Diego Pato, who's #1 champion, being presented the championship belt by none other than the legend, Jean-Jacques Machado. And we're going to kick it over to Kevin Rusing for word with the champion, who's calling out the AOJ Kids class again.
Let's give it up one more time for our champion, Diego Pato. All right, guys, I want all the kids out here, face the camera, stay right there. Perfect. All right, Pato, we got one more belt for you. How does it feel? You're going to run out of belts pretty soon here.
All right. It's amazing to defend the title 155, and I hope so. Yeah, I'm very happy now. I'm just a little bit tired. Right here.
There we go. Yeah, you're going to show the bell right there on camera. Perfect. Thank you. Is that the match you were expecting coming out tonight, you and Keith? I mean, you had an early, strong start, and then he brought the action after that. It was amazing.
Yeah, I think Keith is one of the best leg locks from 66 kilogram too. And I face him right now. It was a good start for Nogi Caesar right now. So.
Now, yesterday in the press conference, we were talking about all of your belts, and you were saying there is some more that you're potentially after. What kind of weight classes are we talking about here?
All of them. But yeah, I would like to say one more defense on the 145 against Diogo. I Baby Shark. I finished him on this rule set, and we face each other on the ADCC. I think it's gonna be a great match and a great rule set to do it. Yeah.
Who's ready for Pato and Baby Shark one more time? Let's give it up one more time for our champion. Congratulations.
All right. Pato calling out Baby Shark, Diogo Hayes for a rematch here. Victorious against Diogo at the Night of Champions. And now he's calling for another match with the current ADCC champion. Let's see if we can make that one happen, as we do make the best matches here at Who's #1. So look forward to seeing that down the road. Sean, awesome night of action. Let's talk about that main event.
Man.
Very tight.
Yeah.
Very tight. And,
exceptionally tight. Krikorian did a fantastic job of nullifying everything. Really, Pato capitalized on that mistake there, and then a few nice leg entries, and finally was able to get to the hips. But it took him the entire time. I mean, Krikorian looked very, very solid defensively. Couldn't really figure out how to get all the way past the guard. That nice little front head and arm right there. But great job by Krikorian to bring out the best in Pato, and maybe we'll even see an evolved Pato on the next time.
Yeah, I believe we saw a lot of diversity from both of these competitors. You know, seeing Keith with those, flying guillotine attempts, and Pato, establishing mount, just lightning quick. We're seeing a lot more versatility from both of these men, and can't wait to see them back on the Who's Number One stage. Now, talk about the Who's Number One stage, our co-main event, Roberto Jimenez versus Elder Cruz. We actually thought this was going to be more of a wrestling match than it ended up being, and it turns out this was the second
double leg, and then he probably felt, Roberto probably gave him the energy like, I'm going to take you down now. And that made him bite, and then boom, set up for that deep flying arm lock.
Just an amazing performance. That's what we want to see here at Who's Number One, high flying submissions, just like that. We had another amazing matchup just before the co-main event. Tynan Dalpra from Costa Mesa against Rene Souza. What a match. We saw, again, we see a lot more diversity even out of Tynan Dalpra. We saw new tricks of his trade, and you know, Rene Souza had him make his return to the Who's Number One stage, and I'm sure we'll see that later on in the year. Now, let's take a look at the rest of the card. It was a stacked card from head to toe. You know, just awesome matches. We talked about Roberto. We had another light heavyweight matchup, Lucas Lira versus Ryan Aiken. Very, very tight, close match. Ryan Aiken won the decision. Ronaldo Jr. gets the win over Jay Rodriguez. Another very close one. Rafaela Geddes and Page event. What a war that was. Back and forth. And Michael Sainz defeated Daniel Sattler in his Who's Number One debut. And on the undercard, Icaro Moreno with the first ever WNO Kids match defeated Christopher Sarkisian by submission. Wilnick defeated Solange Van Doorn by submission. We had all submissions earlier on. Sarah Galvão submitted Katie Carr, and Victor Silverio actually defeated Ian Butler by submission. And then we ended the prelims off with Zach Kaina with a very tough match against Isaac Cordova. I want to remind everyone that the IBJJF Pan Championships are right around the corner, and you can only watch them live right here on Flow Grappling. The action is all scheduled to kick off March 18th and runs through March 23rd. Check it out for comprehensive live coverage along with the best analysis and insight into the grappling world. Don't forget, we got a ton of upcoming live events. The ADCC Sao Paulo Open, Fight to Win 273 and 274, the ADCC Portland Open, the debut of the Spokane Submission Series, and the Finishers Survivor Series. Sean, it was an exciting night of action here at WNO 26. Any closing thoughts on your end?
Yeah, just exactly what you said. Exciting matches that were so tight and technical that it's going to be it'll be a great tape study for all you out there. Go back, study, learn some new things. Fantastic night.
Yeah, just an exciting night of action. We had tons of submission on the prelims, and you know the main card, because these guys are so high level, a little bit tighter. We didn't have as many submissions, but man, oh man, Roberto's was insane. Can't wait to see Roberto maybe in line for a title shot against Pedro Mourinho. We'll find out soon. Guys, from Costa Mesa, California, at the hangar here at the OC Fairgrounds, this has been an awesome night of action. Just want to say thank you for tuning in. Ricardo Amendolia, Mr. Sean Williams, signing off. We'll see you next time at WNO 27, Rodriguez versus Duarte. Bye.